Boy, howdy. It was a spacecraft. Yeah. It's just Cersei who's like, no one will know. No one knows what's going on in there. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yep. See ya, Tyvorus. Hmm. Rue. Yeah. Jack gets two space girlfriends. And Tim's internet cut out at the very end, and then he hopped back in. They did. The Freevers escaped the death by Violet Morning. So, we're still the Freevers, still even now to this day. So, oh yeah, it's off the hook. So, how about we start this session with let's start it with Kalen. Um, hang on. Let's get some let's get something that you guys can like look at so that you don't have to just be staring at the world map right now. It is not streaming, it's just recording. Should I put it on for streaming? I can put it on for streaming too. There. Easy enough. Um it's a really cool like I like this one. We're going to use this one right here. Right here, right here. Um This could be colossal. If so, I do apologize. Yeah. So, we open with Kalen. It starts on like a close up of his eyes, yet we're not actually starting on current day Kalen. But as it kind of pans out, as the zoom kind of fades away, of course it was freaking colossal, and I just lost, and I just lost it. I threw it too far off the edge. Whoops! I threw it off the edge, my goof. You're right. I'll control Z. Thank you, Tim. What's that good sad music that I played with Dak and Sedona talking? Because I liked that music. I'm going to use it again. Wacha. I think it's this one. Can you hear this? I'm sorry. I have no. I can turn it up a little. All right. So what? You caught me. I didn't draw this. I stole it. I'm a stealer. We open on the bridge of your ship. Um, Tim, what is your ship's name? What's the name of what's the name of your ship? I, I bet it's really cool too. Yeah. Oh, remember, the Elysians are kind of bad guys, so it's okay if it has like a super scary name. Well, no, maybe not the case. Maybe let's not draw any relations to the Ku Klux Klan, but no, the Colossus. It could have a K if you'd like it to. The Colossus. Kolosssys. Colossus. As it pans out, we are staring at human Kalen Saito. He is leaned kind of forward. Um he is sitting against the stairs at the bridge of his ship, and you can see around him there is many burn holes, like the ship has sustained damage to the front, like blasters had fired into the front of the ship. Um, as it pans out a little bit further, you can see that one of his arms is held out to his side, and Nissa is currently uh, bandaging it up, and turns to Kaylin and goes, "That was a close one. Honestly, you probably should have been a little more careful standing out in the open like that. I mean, the rest of us jumped behind cover and you just stood there and took hits. You know, maybe next time that's not the best idea." And you look around and you are still orbiting around the massive oceanic planet of Gozrith Prime. And you recognize this as the moment that many of the natives had tried to storm onto your ship, made it all the way to the bridge, and tried to take out the captain. Narrowly did shoot you pretty well in the arm, but were unsuccessful in their attempt to overtake the ship. She kind of looks around and leans in ever so closely and goes, "Yeah, that's real brave, but the others aren't around right now. You don't have to do that whole grandiose, larger than life captain facade. It's me." And smiles. And she goes, "And hold tight." And she pulls tightly onto the bandage, sending a surge of pain shooting up your arm. All right. Yes. And she continues, she goes, "So, this is my last mission on the ship. The higher ups are positioning me elsewhere, and I should be departing within the next day or two. And look, if you're gonna keep getting into exciting messes like this and you don't have me to back you up, I worry about you, you know?" He smiles again. She, as you say that, her hair kind of falls in front of her face. She pushes it back ever so slightly. Whatever strands had fallen forward, she immediately takes them and pulls them back into the rest of her very tight bun behind her so that they do not fall askew any which way. And she seems like she's about to continue talking when all of a sudden, behind you both, you hear a "Captain Saito, sir!" And you kind of swivel around in your chair and you see that they are bringing in three captured prisoners. Um, they are manacled behind each of their hands to their backs. Um, all kind of blue skinned, scaly sort of skin, hair that spans from one of them with green hair, one of them has kind of a teal colored hair. They are all pushed down onto their knees in front of you. These are three Tritons and the natives of Gosrith Prime. And the officer that spoke, this kind of wide, burly man with a very always seemingly furrowed brow, a thick gray mustache, goes, "We caught these ones trying to escape to one of the nearby escape pods. Seems they chickened out during the, well, attempt on your life, sir. It is your call what we do with them." And you look down and you can see they've all kind of got their heads hung low. And you look over and Nissa looks to you and she's waiting for your executive order. Mm-hmm. He nods, and in that moment, they grab all three of them and whisk them back out of this room. All of them kicking and screaming, trying to do anything they can to escape. And um, Nissa kind of looks over and goes, "Really, we're letting the cowardly ones go. Don't you think they are just as responsible as the others?" You've always had a softer spot for cowards than I have, Captain Saito. And as you finish that sentiment, it kind of fades away out of this um, vision of the past, and in a moment you are back onto the Starby. Um, you're in your room, and Nissa is also in your room, and she turns and she looks to you and she says, "And that was the last time that I ever saw you before, well, we parted ways." She looks down, her now just free hair falls in front of her eyes, and she goes, "I I know, Captain Saito. I just thought I'm just trying to work backwards." Well, yes, you have and have not changed. It is late. It was just keeping me up. Thank you for humoring me. And she bows in front of you and she starts walking out back towards her room, leaving you alone. And and it fades out once more, and we wake up on the Starby, and hang on, I gotta change the music so it's not all gloomy and doom. Fred Boat's getting in, so make sure you turn him down. So, which one of you guys do you think would wake up first in this situation? We got kind of the revamped ship. It's we're in a calm zone. We don't need spooky music. Who would work up first? Hmm? We'll say we'll say Surza could wake up first this time because Surza has not been the one to recently. We'll say Surza, you've been a little uneasy sleeping ever since they let a prisoner go on the ship. Um yeah, and she's right next door, and every now and then you hear shifts from her room, and you think, this is it. This is it. I'm gonna die. She's gonna kill me. She's going to throw a grenade into the room, or she's gonna open the door and just spray the entire room full of a hellfire of bullets. Yeah, all kinds of guns and all kinds of yeah. And so we'll say that Surza emerges. We'll say that Surza emerges. She walks past Kaylin's room, hearing just like a low humming noise, not really knowing if he's sleeping or what the deal is. So, Surza, you kind of wander up to the cockpit, rub your eyes. You've got like a morning, probably like a what, like a coffee, like a space coffee in your hands. Yeah, business lady black coffee. You walk up to the cockpit and you kind of yell out Dak's name. No answer. Dak's spinning in his chair. Dak's been staring ahead at hyperspace for the past hour, and it's going, it's driving him mad a little bit. Dak pulls out a shiny D7. Okay. You keep making several horror movie checks backwards. Do we want to say at this point, as you walk down the hallway, Surza, you slam into Rue, who is wandering across the ceiling, and you guys kind of bonk heads at different angles? at this point, you make it into the med bay, and you see Doc is currently applying some kind of strange salve to Zol's still open wound. He he's kind of, it looks like a spray bottle almost, but kind of delivers it similar to like an airbrush, and you can just see him moving it back and forth across his arm with seemingly no effect. And he goes, "Now, Zol, this is an anti-infectional spray. You need to be careful to not provoke it." And he looks over and he sees Sirs and he goes, "Ah, Miss Neuralhorde, come in. I was just working on Zol's arm." Yes, yeah. It appears that he has shifted quite a bit in his sleep, is what he's claiming, and kind of gives Zal a stink eye. Zal kind of turns his head away ashamedly, and he goes, "Yeah, apparently he's been tossing and turning in his sleep quite a lot, because he's reopened the wound. It seems like stitches aren't going to really work as well, so I'm trying to use kind of an adhesive similar to a glue to try to keep everything in its place so it can heal properly." How's our um new member of the crew taken to her room? I see, I see. How are you feeling, Miss Neuralhorde? You had quite a few severed beaks still in your body last time that I checked you out. Hmm. Sticky. Oh, well, I don't think anybody's using the freshers right now if you'd like to. I was going to hop in a little bit. All right. And he kind of gives you a small nod and a smile. You, as you're walking away, you can hear Zol just like, "No, I think," and he just like instinctively moves an arm and slams some things off the table, and he goes, "Now if you don't stop moving," and the door shuts behind you. That you just removed him from. So you wander over, you finally make it to the freshers, and just as you do, you see the door open, and you see Nissa emerge. Um, she is wearing she is wearing, from the half second that you see her, she is wearing the fine robe that was gifted to her, um, instead of her armor in this case, because she just got out of the shower. Um, and you kind of slam your body against the wall. Make a stealth check. 5. So as the door slides back open, you watch Nissa emerge. Her her hair in front of her face, looking straight down at the floor, and you're just standing there. You feel like she definitely sees you, but she does not even call attention as she walks past quickly and just across, and you're just sitting there like breathing heavily. Okay, and it cuts to black. We cut back to Rue and Kalen. What are you guys doing? Yeah. If it, oh, never mind. I thought the conversation was over. Now you can keep going. Got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, I hear it stopping. I think I can pan over. We pan over um to Surza, who is at this point emerging from the refresher. And as soon as you emerge, you see Nissa again. No. She goes, Miss Nerlhord, and kind of nods. Your glasses like have just defogged. She gets a little closer and she says, "There's something I've been wanting to tell you, wanting to ask, I guess." And she still has her head straight down, her hair is fallen in front of her face. Back on back on Tivoris, you said that there was a well, you retrieved a data log. May I see that data log? I don't think you'd take your data pad into the shower with you. You run back in. Which data log are you talking about? The one that you said had the other members of the small of our small coalition on it. Well, I was just going to look it back over. I don't know if you knew anything about them, and since well we're not combative to each other anymore, I thought I could help you out, give you some fair warnings about them. Okay. You hand her the data pad. She presses a few buttons and vroom, all at once a frozen version of this small meeting is taking place before you guys. You see that she's moving it frame by frame so that you can see all of the separate holographic images within this tiny room at once. And she points to each one, and you know a couple of them. You know the one that's her, and you know the one that's Olaraja because he's dead. And he points to Corporal Uriah and goes, "That is the one that was supposed to obtain the demon blood. He is also dead." Um, Points to the one in full armor, and she goes, "That's Evandrian. He is the the covert one out of our group. Um, he is Sardat Olivestra's right hand man, or right hand individual, let's say. They are in charge of espionage, mostly in charge of stealth and deception. Warden Io over there, the woman with the short hair, she is in charge of the prison moon Golta. She is the prison warden there. And Oliviana, the other lady over there with the tall hair, she is our chief researcher. She is kind of a B word. And that leaves him, and you both are looking at um that man who spoke first, the one in the deep purple sort of admiral's clothing. You can tell that he's even got the sort of the old-fashioned like epaulettes on each of his shoulders, in gold, and he's got that sort of long face. His head is raised high, and he's looking down, seemingly over these people, even though they are at eye level with him. His hands are intertwined; they appear cold and calculating. And you see that she visibly shudders. And she goes, "That is the Sardat Zolan Ulevestra. From what I know, he is a bit of a wild card even within his own institution, the Aslanti Star Empire. He's seen as a bit of a strange one and a bit of a. He believes in fairy tales and strange tech, otherworldly events, and oddities. Let's say eldritch oddities. He was commanding this operation, and he is also the one that destroyed my ship and took me in. I've never seen somebody teleport it onto a moving ship before. We thought it was impossible. But he explained that he can do many things. And to show that, he killed 3 of my commanding officers with a movement of his hand. And she seems to get way more serious and looks directly to you. And I'll say even at this point, she probably grabs you by the hand or by like the forearm and goes, "He is not to be trifled with. I don't know what he's capable of, but." She shudders a little bit and maintains composure once more, and she goes, "Well, that's all of them. Was that helpful for you?" "I apologize. Yes." "You were the one with the data pad. I guess I could tell everyone, but I don't know." And she puts her head down again, her hair covering. She goes, "I don't know. I trust you, Miss Neural You have a trustworthy face. There's something else I'd like to tell you." She moves in, and she gets in very close, and she begins to whisper. We're gonna move over to the whispers chat, David, real quick. Heyo. Uh, she gets in close, and she whispers to you. She tells you that according to the head researcher, Oliviana, and what they knew in the reports, there is um, this um, thing that they're going after, the rune drive, the thing that they had captured and are trying to figure out how it works. This experimental starship engine was not as Lancy made. It, which is why they captured her. She is actually. Oh, it appears that this Aslanti star drive was actually created by Sedona, from what their sources could tell them, and that's why they grabbed Sedona as well, is because they think that she created this drive for potentially for the Aslanti, and this is big news because that means that she just made the terrifying thing that she gave to the enemies and like you guys are after. Okay, that's it in the whispers. Let's get out of here. Heyo. And Nissa moves her head away, and she goes, and I hope you can understand why I don't really want to tell the rest of the group that, especially not Dak. Can you hello? Oh. Did you hear what I said? Yeah, she just spaced out. Huh? Yeah. I'll repeat. She goes, and now I hope you can understand why I don't want to, tell everybody, especially not Dak. Why, thank you. And at that point, she walks back to her. Who do we want to cut to? We haven't cut to Dak in a while. Dak, what are you up to? Okay. Okay. He goes, "Hi, Dak. It's very nice to see you." I can only assume the ship's on autopilot right now. He smiles. is is there something that you wanted to talk about, or just coming to say hello? Why, hello. Hmm. Why, thank you. That's very kind to hear. Well, that is big news. I was curious what he was, but I didn't want to pry into your all's, ally, friend. He's a mighty fine captain and a mighty fine individual, if I say so. I never really got a good look at him, though. I just figured he was some kind of fungus creature from beyond the stars. I can definitely take a look at him if you'd like, if I got some time. If you'd if you'd actually like to give me a if you get a sampling of him for me, I could analyze it while you guys are stopped at this outpost Z that you're talking about and pull back some results for you if you like. Why, thank you. You have a mighty fine day as well. You are doing really good at piloting this ship. I gotta say, I haven't seen a pilot like you in years. I'd offer you a lollipop, but unfortunately, and he looks over at Zol and he goes, "We're fresh out, so I don't have any more to give you." Um, and we can cut back to Kalen and we cut back to Kalen and Rue. What are you guys up to besides running around in a circle? Okay. Make a charisma check. Yeah, just do it, Tim. Just do it immediately. Master Bug Muncher. Pretty good. No. No, it did not. A, a 17. So, Kalen, you close your eyes. You try to silence the ship's ambient noise around you and really focus in on yourself. You swear you hear like the very first few notes of like Luke Skywalker's theme in your head as everything kind of goes quiet around you. You feel, you swear lighter, though you're not sure if you're actually floating at all in this way. You feel yourself sort of rising above your current place along the floor. You hear another sound. You hear the sound of footsteps, large metal footsteps, and you open your eyes just as Dak walks in, and you have no idea if you had actually moved from your original position. Um, Rue, I thought you had your eyes closed as well. Uh, Rue, we'll say that you don't know. He might have he sure straightened his body out, but you're not sure if he actually like levitated, like maybe like an eighth of an inch off the ground, or if it was just your imagination. Okay, you start to walk, then you remember you have psychic powers, and you send mental waves towards Surza. Rue knows. Yeah. You go to knock on the door. Just as you do, it swings open, and Nissa's standing there. Yes, these walls are not super thick. All right. Go out. And he wakes up at once and goes.
Uh, what happened? What's happening? I refuse to be square.
Yeah, I sure am. I thought that would have been rude if I wasn't included. Whew. He'll come with. Just because I already grabbed both tokens, so Oh, we're already there. So Kaylin is making breakfast. Nissa is like, pardon me. Um, yeah. Sorry. kind of make it. Well, Doc's across the room. Doc's an old man, so. Well, Doc's an old man, but Rue, Rue, I'll let it be between you and Kaylin if you believe that there were sparks that flew between Nissa and Dak in that one moment. And Nissa sits down at the edge of the long couch. She seems happy that you plop down next to her. You don't know why, but she seems to trust you. she she will betray you. Um. Oh, can I still see these whispers? Because I just saw. Oh yeah, from Lauren. Okay, I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore. Okay. David, continue. This is your meeting. I thought it was. Oh wait, who compiled this meeting? Ah, frick! Reason whispers right now. Got it. You're right. You're right. Okay. There's a series of different answers. Doc's like, "Oh, it was great." And this is like, Zol looks over at Surzan's like, "That's not healthy to do. That's a bad decision." I'm a doctor. I know this. Lauren, Lauren, give me a charisma check. I want to see how like beautifully you recount. Make it a performance check. Tell me how beautifully you recount how this lovely tale. Okay, so pretty solid route. It starts off with a 13. It starts off as like, and then but first like, no wait, but and then you finally kind of like collect your thoughts and start weaving the narrative out, and it is not just like excited ramblings, and so you all listen and you all hear all the info that she has learned about Solarians. Everybody's just looking at each other. They don't know where we're going. Oh man, well, I don't know. Tell me, Lauren, how long would it take? You had a lot of info. Yeah. You're there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Zol's unconscious. He's sleeping right now. Yeah, and some are just stuck to his fur. Yeah. Doc is like crying. Every time Nissa and then her eyes wander over to Dak and she has to like hard look away. At this point, Octuna stands up like in a solid motion and goes,
I have now been not square. I'm returning to the engine room.
"These are." Doc goes, "I'm gonna take Zol back to the emergency room before he starts biting at his at his wound again. I gotta get him a cone or something. I think." Keeps chewing at it, and he leaves. Nis I think Nissa will also take this time. She's like, "Well, I have everybody together," and she tells you all the same thing that she told Surza earlier about the different individuals in the holotape. Because she shouldn't have done that in a tiny room by herself. Wait, one more thing. So Nissa does catch you up to speed. That's all good. I hope somebody wrote it down. So David, you remember everything she said, right? Hey, you know David. Hey, David. Nissa leaves the room confident that her information has been spread. Dak falls out of the ship, and he's back in. Um, and Dak and Kalen will say as well, by the time that you walk into the cockpit, Dak, you just kind of glance over and you can see that you guys are almost to Outpost Z. The ship did have to like stop, like go out of hyperspace for a moment and then turn and then go back into it because it needed to make a really sharp turn that it couldn't make while it was traveling faster than light. But you are rapidly approaching Outpost Z, and you're maybe like under an hour away from um, reaching the station itself, or at least the outskirts of the station, because they request that you jump, like you clear out of hyperspace before you like slam directly into the tiny outpost. And Sursa and Rue, who are yeah, and they both get slung across the wall, and you guys both hit this back wall over here at high speed. Rue, being a monk, easily just goes sticks to the back wall. Sursa, meanwhile, flies over and smashes into the wall. You are fine, Lauren. You're fine. Yes. Oh, oh, she's not. Well, then maybe, maybe. Yeah, the whole time. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's perfect. And we can yada yada the Kalen giving Doc the sample just so we don't spend. I don't. We must. We must roleplay out. Doc goes, "Hey, Kalen, can I have a sample of your tissue?" All right. All right. All right, here you go. He kind of slices off a tiny sliver of like mycelium. Thanks. Well, well, that's for me to find out soon, isn't it? And the door shuts, and that's it. That's it. It's one role played out. We did it. Painless. Rue has turned like red and then blue and then green. She's like a cuttlefish. Yes, one moment. What? Battle plan for outpost said. And you thought I would have a. I'd have what? Good ideas? Yes, I have. Hold on. I'm finishing putting on my armor. Kalen runs in. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nissa has emerged. At this point, she kind of dusts off the armor. The cape kind of flows back behind her back, and she goes, "Well, they gave me a good set of armor. I don't want it to go to waste. You, you think it looks good?" Oh, and she follows. Oh, they were lovely, better than what I've had the last couple months now. Though there were a lot of your belongings left in there. Do you want them? Okay. Oh my god. Oh man. He goes, "It's me, Octuna, I'm here." Oh my god. I'm sorry, Eric and Dominic, you'll never get to play.
It's me, I whoop-de-doo, it's me, Octuna, I am here. Whatever.
There we go. It's perfect. It's Titan. Yes, that's him. It's Octuna. N- yeah. Nissa nods and goes, "That sounds just like Octuna." And I've never even met him, really. Nissa stands, and she goes, "Yes, that is correct." She goes, um, "Our group's orders, our small coalition's orders, were to rendezvous on Outpost Z before we headed back to Gulta. Gulta is many systems away, so I thought it was curious why we would be meeting at some random outpost. What I came to learn was that this Outpost Z used to be owned by the um, the Aslanti Star Empire. This was an old outpost that EA used for mining operations before they closed it down. It was then taken over by smugglers and crime lords and ne'er-do-wells, and the Aslanti lost control over it after time. I believe that they must have some sort of way to instantly move between this outpost and the prison moon. So, if we can figure out how they are transporting people from this outpost all the way to Gulta, it gives us a direct pipeline to Sedona and the Rune Drive. And Solarians. Sure. And Solarians. She holds out her arm and she presses a couple buttons on the small on a small data pad that is built into her armor sleeve, and she pulls up information that she has about Outpost Z, which you should all see. Mm. Yes, the entire outpost is sort of a hub between different communities within the vast. It is a very interesting place to collect many unique supplies. I believe that the Aslanti forces will still be within the outpost, so we cannot drop our guard entirely, though we should appear calm and casual. If there's any way that one could make a seemingly semi-inconspicuous disguise. Luckily, the Aslanti do not know who any of you are, um, as far as I know. So the disguises do not have to be intricate, just something that makes us not stand out like a sore thumb. I should probably. I did not want to say anything. Nissa looks down at her own armor and goes, I should probably remain on the ship or change. Well, I think they would notice me. I have not been. According to them, as far as I know, am either missing or dead, so I should not reveal myself to be a traitor to them. She she thinks it over and she goes, "That could work, Dak. I don't suppose we have any extra Aslanti guard uniforms on us, do we?" Oh, yes, I did. And she kind of puts her hand behind the back of her head and scratches it. Yes. Well, that could work. As for the rest of you, you could be an entourage or something. No, they are primarily human. Dak and Surza would be the two that would not stand out immediately. Do we have paint? We could purchase paint as quickly as possible, if you'd like. I said we could purchase paint if you'd like on at the outpost. Well, this is a this is a plan. There we go. Ah. At this point, you all see the lights begin to kind of flare up above you, alerting you that, hey, prepare. We're about to jump out of hyperspace. Because it's supposed to warn you unless you, like, force stop it like Dak did. Oh, you're right! Oh, you're right. You guys are just stopped. Never mind. I apologize. Did you stop or did you just sort of like, are you just coasting forward at like normal speed? Yeah. Well, we can say at this point that you guys are close enough that that it blips saying that, hey, it's out here in the distance, like you're approaching. How does that sound? All right. So at this point, it weep 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 kind of alerts you that it has detected a large vessel. In this case, a space station out in the distance. Octuna returns to his quarters. And everybody prepares themselves for um, everybody prepares themselves for Outpost Z. Would anybody like to do anything as they prep for out as they prep make the final preparations for Outpost Z? Your posters are looking mighty fine. They're all rolled up, so they might have a little bit of that roll crease on it, but that's about it. Sure. Rue, make a performance check. Let's see how good this is. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Well, Lauren, explain how it looks. It's absolutely stunning. Sure. Does your ability just let you automatically appraise? All right. So you kind of stare at it. Um, You press your glasses to your face and kind of prop them up, doing so activating Abadar's sight. You look it over, and it's seemingly sort of like floating above it. You see what appears to be 850 credits. Nis- Nissa goes, it's a very simple plan. We walk in and we assess the situation first. We don't know what we're walking into, so it's best to just park and get our bearings before we go all gun ho. Furthermore, if we need a base of operations, there are many establishments that act as living quarters, temporary or otherwise, if we do not want to make the ship our home base of sorts. That could be a bit uh, dangerous, as it is our only means of escape. Sure, sure. You need to teach the little one how to pack light. Hmm. I do not think you have purchased a tarp or anything that would cover a massive light freighter. Um. Oh. Hmm. I'm sure we could dig up a large brown cloak somewhere. They're not super rare. There we go. We did have two robes. You can use mine if you'd like. Octuna does wear a robe, and I think he would not mind. Hmm. Awesome. What color blanket is this? They used to be white, now they're slime. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just looking like a very bulbous guy with a hat on. All right. Is everybody ready? Okay. Dak, he's super ready. He's super ready. I couldn't grab the voice thing in time. Dak, you return to the cockpit, readying your final small like jump. Basically, you're basically doing a tiny like not a full jump into hyperspace, but kind of a kind of a hop, a little skip into hyperspace for a second. And whoa! And you pop in. You guys all feel the momentum as you guys leap back into hyperspace for just a moment. You pop back, and as you pop back, you can see Outpost Z out in the distance. This beautiful, glimmering, shiny, metallic hub of commerce. You can see the telltale neon glow of man-made lights, and um, as you approach, you hear the beeping of your computer to the side, and instantly two more ships boom boom into view. Or I'm sorry, one more ships. One more ships booms into view. Boom, singular. You see this strange, um, sort of like a wine glass shaped ship. It's got a very like needle nose front to it, with that kind of opens up into a large kind of dome shape in the back. You can see that the engine is much larger than the spindly front of the ship. And immediately a small voice kind of over the intercom, and it appears like somebody's trying to open a line of communication with you. And instantly the um, other individual lights up in front of all of you. This very large hologram appears. The screen flickers and reveals this four-armed figure dressed in bright yellow robes with red accents and is covered by a dark blue cloak. She gives a very slight bow with all four hands, making a gesture in front of her strange conical hat. She also appears to be wearing a large topped cape that has been flipped upwards, like a vampire. And she speaks and she goes, "Oh, hello, travelers. Welcome to Outpost Z. You and I just came across a very strange meeting by chance. It is not often that two individual ships come out of hyperspace right next to each other around the same time. Truly, by the stars, this was meant to be. And, yes, you may browse my wares. I'll even offer you a discount, since divine beings obviously brought us together in this moment." And before you can say anything, you hear a couple button presses, and all of a sudden, what can only be described as holographic pop up ads begin to pop up all around, covering many important sectors of the cockpit's mainframe. You see these beautiful pieces of jewelry replace signals about ship's overall temperature, life support is suddenly replaced by these neon flashing advertisements for some kind of enhancement serum. All right. A lot of these things don't even seem to have prices as they are obviously they hold no real value outside of con artistry. Uh oh I oh, why would I need spray paint? I am an avid dealer of many fine rare. Wait. I potentially might have some that I use to touch up some of my um Aeon stones that are completely legit Aeon stones, by the way. I use them to just touch up the colors a little bit when they start to fade. They are absolutely legitimate. Okay, well, what? I suppose our business is complete then? Uh, yes, I do have spray paint. He bows. It is very good spray paint. Yes. Yep. The individual responds, "Oh, today? None. That's why I was, headed towards Outpost Z. You can buy and sell almost anything there." Oh, in the past month. That is a couple cycles now. I could say maybe about 300 to 400 individual Aeon stones. I do not sell armor. What do you think I am, an armor dealer? I'm a jewelry dealer. How about this? For not, telling others on the outpost what you have obviously deduced here, how about I offer you the spray paint for a very cheap price? About 5 credits? It's about like 2 credits. You can get it at like any like space like auto shop. You could probably destroy her ship. You're much larger than her tiny one-man ship. She goes, fine, fine. We have each other's words, don't we? She pulls out a small little like canister and pushes it, like puts the spray paint inside and pushes it into a nozzle. You see it fire out of her ship and just kind of float aimlessly through space. One of you runs over, puts on a life suit. Yeah, has to fly out and grab it. Basically, like one of those things they have at the bank, like a tiny little canister, and just like shunted it out of her ship. And she wipe. Yes, quite a divine meeting. Well, if you are to be around, then I will potentially see you around the marketplace, dears. The name is Say Unsorry, but you can just call me Sorry if you'd like, as I am quite sorry for ever coming in contact with you. All right. Charcoal pencils. Again, I sell jewelry. No, charcoal pencils. Oh, and it this yeah, the screen sizzles for a second, and you see her ship's engines instantly kick into gear. They are loud. It is like the equivalent of like a loud motorcycle, like obnoxiously whirring in front of you as her ship just holes it in front. Dak and Tyler McSweeney, you both. Huh. Oh god, if you take him, he's never taken off his armor. You peel him out. You hear an audible like, shh, and that's just the stink. Mm-hmm. And Dak underneath does have sort of a an undersuit under his power suit. It's sort of a skin tight. Yeah. No. Oh, that would be so painful. It's one of those like skin tight kind of body suits, like a space suit. I did pull up a new ambiance, but it's a little quieter, so you can turn it up if you'd like. Did you hear? All right. So as the ship kind of begins to dock, we'll say that Kalen, you walk up, input your coordinates, and they tell you to go to dock number 42. You kind of look around searching for it, and you find it, and you kind of course correct the ship. Meanwhile, Dak is being has kind of his armor out, and Nissa is trying to explain to Rue how the armor uh, is supposed to look, with what shades of green on which areas, and what areas are supposed to remain black. Um, Rue, make a performance check. You got a 20 on your little piece of art, so this real important one. Let's see how it looks. Well, we'll say that Nissa gives you advantage in this case because she's trying to explain to you how this works. That's perception, Lauren. You goof. 18. So with an 18, Dak, you come back and look at your armor after checking on Kalen, and it looks sufficiently green. Yeah. Well, that gives it a little bit of a cutting edge too. It it looks like mostly just like a male version of Nissa's suit, with a small with that like black patch in the center of it, but no cape. No problem. Yes. Well, last time I was on this planet, we were basically stopped for about an hour before I headed straight to Nakondis, so I have about an hour's more experience than the rest of you. Yes. Well, all right, and you go. Um, no, I don't think you would. Mm-hmm. So, ooh, I'm excited, but I'm gonna prep a picture for you guys just so you have something, just as like a reference picture. When I think of this place, at least, I think a lot about like, I think like Coruscant Underworld. David, obviously the expert on Star Wars. Yeah. Um, I'm gonna pull up a picture just so you have one, just so we got something to look at. It's loading the map. You guys are currently seeing just some sort of like, it's like a loading screen. It just says like, remember, you can use acrobatics to escape tricky, and then it pops up. David, you're all good. Just think like cyberpunk city streets. So, the ship's airlock doors open to a blast of hot, muggy air and the heavy kind of smell of nickel. Um, Walking down, you can see that a nearby catwalk runs adjacent to a wall covered in thick pipes, both leading to a massive pair of automated doors that lead further into the station. Beings of all shapes and sizes move along the catwalks from their own vessels towards the entrance, conversing with each other in quite unfamiliar tongues. The sounds of scrabbling feet and other curious voices seem to echo from within the pipes. As you close the door behind you, Dak and Kalen and Rue, you all look over and instantly see a large recognizable sight. Also on this docking bay with you, you see hung up in chains a colossal piece of machinery, a about the size of your ship. This massive tank that Dak recognizes first as it is second nature to him. This is an Elysian war vessel hung up on chains. It is a Vulcan class, and it basically looks like a tank with large crab-like legs instead of wheels, and a long handle, a long tube standing on the top where a very powerful laser would be fired. You see it hanging about 6 inches off the ground from these chains, obviously in disrepair and obviously not active, but still intimidating. As Rue, you recognize these vessels in their brief stint on Amok before the forces left. And Dak, you recognize it as something that you have piloted before, I would say. And you it is it is kind of a jet black tank. The paint has kind of thinned in places, so it is silvering a little bit. As well, it has red accented marks all over it to highlight the fact that it is a Vulcan class tank. They are fire starters. They are basically used to raise large areas of forest. And as you look up, you hear kind of a slight sizzling sound. Dak, you kind of tilt your head curiously, and just as you do, you watch the large tank barrel pop off the tank, fall in front of all of you with the loud clanging sound that kind of accentuates all of the people around this area of the outpost to kind of turn and look your direction as it falls before you with this metallic ringing noise that echoes throughout the bay. All at once, you see popping out of the hole where this nozzle had been, you see basically what appears to be like a small, I can only really describe as like a chihuahua man, like a small humanoid chihuahua. He's got big ol' beady bug eyes, kind of vague, almost like very short hair, almost hairless, with only a couple hairs that are seemingly longer that are kind of scattered throughout the top of his head, and a very canine face, and he's shaking, and he pops out of where this barrel had been and screams to someone else within the ship, "Hey, watch where you going with that!" And you see another individual pop out of the top of the tank. This sort of much larger, furrier creature, almost sort of looks just like a bear, kind of pops out of the front and speaks in some alien language, just goes like, "Shundokatashta!" And he goes, "No, no, 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 you can't, these things are expensive! What are you, and he looks back and he's so frustrated and he jumps down off of it and he goes, "Sorry about that, guys. I apologize for the intrusions." And he pulls out a small handkerchief and starts wiping grease off his face, and he's just this shaking little shuddery mess that is standing with enough confidence that he's like 8 feet tall. Mm-hmm. And he goes, I apologize about that. Oh, yes, it is. Found it myself. Well, it was abandoned, and after the fall of the Elysian army, I figured no one would be using it, so I commandeered this certain craft. We're trying to tear it apart for pieces. And then he kind of narrows his eyes and he goes, Why? And as you make the popping sound, he jumps maybe like 4 inches into the air and comes back down and just goes, Pop, you say, huh? Oh, is there any way that you, by chance, obviously I know, but obviously, of course, how would you go about not making this thing pop? And he kind of approaches ever so slightly, hesitantly. It looks to be very primitive, just kind of like not fancy military tools, but just sort of like wrenches and very small, like personalized plasma torches. Oh, and you can see that his eyes kind of roll up into the back of his head for a second. Seems like he's gonna pass out, and he rights himself and he goes, Of course. Obviously, I knew that. You know, you're the most helpful Aslanti I've ever met around these parts. Second? Make make a nature check. Um, he's about he's smaller than Rue, so he's about maybe like 2.5 feet tall. He's so little. He is extremely, extremely tiny. He gulps. He gulps hard and he lets out a sharp whistle and he goes, "Hey, you rats! Get out of there!" And um, popping out of the barrel and about four other open slots, you see these small, sort of rat-like creatures. They look more like American opossums, honestly. These small little possum people start scurrying out of the tank, and he goes, "Gee, thanks. You're a real help." course, of course. Oh, yeah. We could work out a deal there. Smiles, thinking that he's getting the upper hand. Well, magnificent, sure. But, um, we can work something out. And hey, I'll watch your ship for you, too, while you guys are out and about throughout the station. Why, thank you. And with that, he goes back to um, the sort of possums, and he starts just like screaming at them to move, and they all sort of scatter around, do other work elsewhere. Is that to get things set up with that? Yeah, if you'd like to, sure. All right. I did not expect you guys to immediately try to commandeer a tank. I just thought it was some flavor, but all right. I understand. Yeah. I'm trying to. I've been actually trying to think like what kind of music do we need here? If I can find one that's not super intense, I feel like I could get us some solid music playing. How about how about how about this track? Hopefully this isn't too much. I also hope it's not super loud. I also hope it actually plays at all. We're in the dock of the outpost. There is piping everywhere around here. So yes, definitely. Sure, we'll say that there's a couple with large, not glass bottoms, but we'll say they have large like vents that you could easily look down through. All right. You walk in and yeah, there are a lot of cool, strange creatures of all types, but all quite small. that you befriend quickly along the vents. All right. Sounds good. As you guys walk, ooh, this might actually be real good. I've lost him a little. How is this for music? Good? Oh man, I kind of lost everybody. Hang on, I'll be right back. Can you hear me better now? Am I coming across easier? Can you hear me at all? I'm muffled right now. Oh goodness. I don't know how to. How about better? Okay. I think it was a latency issue. I think I'm back. I heard everybody sort of like this. It kind of everybody sounded like they were coming through like a bad speaker, and I was like, okay, but it's fixed now, right? Cool. I like this music better. Can we all hear this music? Okay. What do we think? Better? Good? Perfect. 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 You guys walk forward past this small docking bay into the actual station. You wander into a much larger promenade that appears to act kind of like a market. You see that both streets are quite busy, and the hustle and bustle and movement of people walking around, living their own lives is rather off-putting after the multiple just near session, like the last couple missions you went on onto these lonely, quiet planets. There's sort of a culture shock as it hits you all at once. How large and busy that this entire spaceport acts as. Even pull up like some busy spaceport sounds as well. There we go. You see on either side these strange creatures buying and selling wares. Dak, we'll say you look over and you see somebody what at first you think is buying like a weapon. You see then the other person grab this large metal rod and just start chewing on it, and you think maybe that was actually food instead. You keep wandering forward, and Surza, to your right, an individual kind of approaches out of the shadows on crutches. This massive, about 8.5 foot tall creature that looks to you like an elephant on legs. His body seems to be heavily augmented, with one of his arms actually just sort of like a metallic nub, and one of his legs also appears to be metal. And he appears walking up on crutches, and he goes, "I just need to pay for upgrades. You all, rich people, 20 credits is all I need. 20 creds. My knee rotor was damaged in a street fight. You seem very wealthy. Please help an old man out." What languages do you speak? He just spoke in common to you. I know. I know what you're going for. It, no. Well, not really. You could easily just start speaking in one of the other languages that you knew. Okay, so you start speaking fungi. What do you say in fungi? So, Kalen, you hear him go, I don't speak common, but what comes across as just a series of clicks and whistles. What? Oh, oh man, I can't get a good track. I'm just trying to get a good track. What is it called? Let's see, soundtrack. End of line. All right. All right, all right, all right. I will swap it over. I'll swap it over. I'm having such a struggle finding good music. This is what I miss about like playing in person is that I can just have music like I'm on it with the music. How about this? Yeah, I'm looping. I'm looping. All right. Here we go. This is a very good vibe. This is what I'm trying to come across as. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you. I was trying to get one longer because I didn't want like a 4-minute song, but if it's low key, then it doesn't matter as much. All right. But yeah, this isn't just to Surza. You can all hear it. This massive like Loxodon is basically towering and it's just like, please, I need monies. Wow, you're giving him 2,000. Uh-huh. He'll need those. He'll need those. All right. You give him 40 credits? Wow. He takes these credits as soon as he gets them, he kind of like stores them close to his chest and hides them a bit and is kind of like looking around nervously. He kind of starts nodding fervently and he goes, "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." And he starts to sure. He goes, "Oh," and he's looking around confused just as 10 credits kind of fall onto his face. He kind of leans forward and they all kind of fall down towards him and he goes, "Thank you." And he turns to Dak and he goes, "I have been thanked by the money gods." And he tries to go forward to hug you and he kind of wraps his one arm around you and he smells awful. He smells like manure. And as he pulls away, he kind of starts to stumble out. And from one of the nearby alleyways, you kind of hear a small chuckle and sort of an acclamation that was a very nice thing that you did. And is is hang on, is Dominic still here? Dominic, at this point, you see, yeah, he's finally made it. Unless they want to, unless they want another meeting, then he finally has. In this in this moment, you see Sid emerge from the alleyway. Sid watching these individuals. You go, that can't be them. That can't be them from the from before with the moon baby, right? It can't be. And then you see them performing this act and you hear their voices and you go, "Oh my god." And you kind of emerge out from the shadows. You all see this large cactus man wearing a poncho and a tall brimmed hat, wide hat, kind of emerge. He was in a shadowed hallway, an alleyway. And and at this point, clasping both Kalen and Dak each on a shoulder, seemingly from nowhere, you see this large, um, tall insectoid individual kind of leaning over both of your shoulders. It is Maestrom. And Nastrom, as a bit of context, in your two middle mandibles, since you have, don't you have six or do you have four? Do you have four arms? Six arms? How many arms do you have? Four arms. So in your lower two arms, being held by the ceremonial claws, you have a burger in each hand. And you went off to go grab burgers, and you have one for Sid and one for you. And you used to have four, but now you have one. You got a little hungry on the way, and so you were wandering back to go deliver these. You have been here for about 12 hours now. It all fell apart the second we wandered onto the station. Nissa kind of like she kind of like raises her shoulders like confused, and she's just like, I I suppose so. I don't know who these individuals are, really. Oh, it is Sharu to you. Yes. And yes. Yes, Sharu. Very nice to meet you, Seed. Here, I feel like there's a little bit of a struggle since we don't have a map. So I'm going to give you guys a map. Here you go. How about that? Pretty good. Well, I think I can get you a better map, but this will do for now. And I'll start putting people around it. But here's just like a reference for where you guys are, and we'll say that Rue is above you all. Sound good? Sweet. Sweet, sweet. There. You guys now have people and you are in an area. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, Narevok's here. I mean, he's got to go somewhere. Yeah, or Narevok. Anyway, uh, so you guys are here in Outpost Z. What would you guys like to do now that you are all caught back up? Yes, David? Okay. I don't. She looks at both of them and she goes, "Oh, I do not think that they will harm us in this mission, I think our first step will be to obtain a home base of sorts. You know, a place to lie low for a while. And she kind of gets a little closer to Dak and she goes, "We shall worry about the intricacies of the mission later. Best not best not tell everyone what is going on here." Yes, and honestly, let's lie low, maybe shop around a little bit. Yeah, Rue can hear this. I don't want you to be separate from everything here, Lauren, just because you're up an event. I'm sure they're having a great time listening. And then I have to find a solar dragon, and then so Nissa goes, "We should lay low. Let's say we find a meeting place, but honestly, it might be best to get a span of things around here, suss out some locals, find some people that maybe would know more about what is going on around here. We're looking for a base of operations. It seems like we're a little aimless the second we walked onto the base." Yes, I can tell. It's alright, it happens, it happens. Well, I was thinking a place we could actually, like, stay at. I mean, we can look for an abandoned warehouse. Surza, you hear them talk. Yeah, Surza, you heard them talking about potentially living in a abandoned warehouse, and your your Surza senses are tingling. All right, you successfully, being Kaylin and not wanting Rue to fall to the ground in this moment. Plus, she's a, a, a monk, so it hardly matters. You catch Rue successfully. She is so caught. Oh, you could just be a walking scarecrow. So as you guys wander down the main plaza, many beings kind of bustle through this large portion of the station. Um, there are gears, containers, and pipes that are scattered everywhere, no longer connected to anything. There are people selling wares all about this place. Let's see. Let me see, because I got a couple guys on here. Who do I think would be cool? You come across to your left, sitting in what I can only describe as like a small bubble of water with many tiny little tendrils kind of poking out what appears to just be a normal sized cuttlefish, maybe slightly larger than a normal cuttlefish, just a little cuttlefish floating around in a tube of water and a small spherical tub. This individual appears to be holding up a small data pad with words sort of written on the front that just says "Where's for sale? Need help? Where's for sale?" And they just kind of blink back and forth between each other. Yeah, it's basically like a tiny little pink squid creature floating in an orb of water. And there's an up. It looks like they're next to an upended mine cart, on which various like merchant wares have been arranged. So this individual is basically living within a kind of a knocked over mine cart. They do. As soon as you reach out psychically, she responds, "Oh, thank goodness! Finally, no one else understands what I'm saying, and no one else can talk to me." My name is, well, they just called me Half Red. I don't think I could. I don't think my name translates very well. Yeah, I don't have any way to talk with mind tethers, so all I can do is just motion towards things. It makes it really difficult to sell stuff around here. Oh, please, please do. Let's see. I have some serums of healing. I got this brooch of shielding, just kind of rumbling around through with these large, like, watery tendrils, just kind of digging through a small bag that she appears to have. Ooh, I got this spell gem of disguise self. I have a couple of those. Ooh, a spell gem of disguise self. I could sell them for probably about 140 credits apiece. Sure. Well, it's a spell gem, so all it takes is repeating the words written on the gem, and the gem breaks, and then the spell activates. Yes, my sister made them. She's quite talented. Well, was quite talented. I have some better serums of healing. I have a spell ampule of depoisoning. I have a couple hollow grenades in here, but don't tell anyone. Charcoal pencils. Hmm. Um, I have uh, I have this pen that I use with my data pad. It can draw. the the hard light that it leaves fades after about an hour, but it still can draw. Hmm. I don't really, besides the grenades, I don't carry any kind of weapons on me. There's spell gems. There's a lot of serums of healing, which are the equivalent of healing potions. And then serums of healing she'll sell for about 50 credits each. She also as well has a couple Mark II serums of healing, which are greater healing potions. You can sell for about 225. 2d4 plus 2. Yep, 44 plus 4. Sure, here you go. And with like a series of multi tendrils, she pulls them all off at once and moves them over towards you. Thank you, thank you. You are all, you are, yes, you have all shown me kindness that many around here do not. All right. And as she's handing these all out, she turns to Rude. She goes, "You all don't seem from here. You seem, well, nicer. What is, where are you from?" We're on a secret mission to capture terrorists. She goes, "That's really cool. I was here with my sister, but she got in with some bad people, and I don't know where she is anymore. I don't know. No, nothing like that. She was just traveling out as we did for the day, just looking for materials to buy and sell, try to afford enough to get ourselves off of this outpost, and she just didn't come back. She said that she had a plan to get us some quick money, and she never returned. She is, she is full blue. Just blue for short. Yes. If you've seen her at all, that would be great. She's been missing for about 5 days now. Oh, um, she had been hanging around a certain area. And she's kind of trying to search her mind as I search my notes. Oh, she was hanging out closer to the furnace marketplaces at a cantina, at a rest stop of sorts, known as the Dazzlin' Dive or Dazzlin's Dive, something like that. Thank thank you so much. Let me know if you've figured anything out. I'll probably still be here, though. With these credits, I'll try to find someplace nicer, at least during the night. I don't really know who you people are, so unfortunately, I don't know if we've gained that level of trust yet. Yes, yeah, I'm pretty small. It's hard. I'm just a little cuttlefish inside a ball of water. Yes, thank you though. Um, we cut back to Nissa, Kalen, and Dak, the military crew. What are you guys up to? Let's see. Um, looking around just here, you see what appears to be an armory, which kind of sparks interest. Um, you see an augmentation shop for not cybernetics like you have, but for biotech, which is just like the biological version of augmentations. You can see a area for weapon accessories. You see a what appears to be like a special materials shop, and you see what apparently probably sells some sort of magical or techno magical items. Um, as well, there is vehicle parts. A very large open, almost like a J.C. Penney's size building that looks like it sells vehicle parts. Um, as well, there's just personal items. People are selling stuff on the street, like their own personal wares and such like that. Like you wander about 2 seconds. Like you're just wandering like 5 feet, and some creature in a trench coat with 4 arms, most likely like a Kazathis, kind of pulls the trench coat to the side and goes, "I'm selling some hook knives for cheap." "Huh, are you sure anybody could use a hook knife?" They are they are analog weapons. They are immune to any sort of hacking or EMPs. Hmm. Well then, maybe hook knife's not your thing. Maybe I could interest you in some shell knuckles. Yeah. You're driving a hard bargain, my large friend. And he pulls out the other side of his large coat and kind of pulls out this large spike, and he goes, "Boom, retractable tail spike." And he kind of holds his hands out and he goes, "Hey man, I don't judge." At this point, he's already just like spinning a hand axe in one of his forearms, and he goes, "This thing is a classic, might I say." "Oh, which one?" And he looks over. "My mother is dead." Ah! And he runs off, and you see a fight. You see a fight starting. Okay, okay. You guys run over to the magic shop. We cut back to you guys. Half Red explains that her sister looks just like her, but blue. As far as like she describes it in a way that's not that, but what you gather from Rue's like police, she's like me, but like blue. You know how I'm red? She's the blue one. Um, and so that's about all the info. Is there anything else you guys, this group over here, would like to do? Yes. Um, There's not a lot of, well, I'll just say because you've been here before multiple times. There's not really a lot of like hotels. The closest you can get are like cantinas with taverns, like tavern-esque styles where they have like room and board basically. So they're like bars slash places to stay. Um, I can say that you probably recognize the Dazzlin Dive, as it is one of the most prominent cantinas and it is the most well traveled one as well. It is often where newbies go, and it is more reputable than other places. What? Uh, she goes, "Oh, the solar dragon. Hmm. Yes, that's a peculiar question. I believe one of the. No, it's okay. I believe it is one of the crime bosses. I don't remember his name exactly. Hmm. Let me check." And she thinks, and she goes, "Ah, yes! It is property of one, I think his name is Baba. He runs this organization known as the Nova Bloodstalkers. They have have an outpost here on Outpost Z. Actually, they have their largest organization meetings here. Oh yeah. He is a bit of a larger fella, and he is, from what I hear, um, sort of a temperamental guy as well. He is a crime boss, so I would be careful just speaking to him directly. Yeah. Eyes kind of dart every which direction. Meanwhile, we cut back to Dak and Kalen and Nissa. As you guys approach the um sort of magic item shop, the double doors kind of come open, and wandering in, um, the woman behind the counter scowls and goes, "Uh, I don't serve as Lanty trash. I've already told you people this. Move along." Hey, I just know him by the armor. I don't know if they've got strange mushroom men. And the individual that is talking to you behind the counter is sort of a younger woman with deep gray blackish skin. She is obviously an elf, and from what you can surmise, she is a dark elf. She has got white hair that is basically down to a little above her shoulders, and is shaved down on one side. As well, she is wearing basically a sleeveless white shirt, kind of like a wife beater, very low cut in the front, and you can see across the chest a large tattoo that says Lolth on it. As well, down one of her arms, you see this massive sleeve depicting spider-esque patterns and weavings of web. Her hair is, I'd probably say, like a bright pink, and she, on her non-sleeved arm, you can see that her hand is cybernetic. Uh, yeah, good luck killing an Aslanti around here. You kill one, you got 50 of them swarming you within the hour. You can't go anywhere. I see that I've beaten you. Hmm. How do I... Why would I serve as Lanty adjacent? What sense does that make? How do I know he's not just with you guys? Nissa, kind of picking up on the cue, is just like, yeah, trash, and kicks Kalen a little harder. Yeah, obviously, us human individuals. And Nissa's just like kicking him. Yeah, let's go destroy things people love and cared about. N- and the shopkeeper is just kind of staring at you, kind of perplexed by what just happened. Her kind of jet white eyes are just kind of scanning around to see if she missed something, and Nissa and Dak are outside, and Nissa's just like, that went really well. We're quite good for each other, I think. And Dak, you look down, and it seems like she's grabbed your arm, and you didn't realize. And you can tell that she also didn't realize. So you guys look both down, realize you had been holding hands. She instantly retracts the hand backwards at high speed and goes, it would be improper for Aslanti to hold hands. That we are undercover. Could be nice. Do you want more new armor, Dak? You can what? Oh my god! That's amazing. I kind of want to buy you armor just to see this. Well then, let's go together, shall we? You can start to walk, and she kind of seems a bit inquisitive, like just kind of distant, and she goes, Dak, there's something I wanted to tell you about Sedona. Um, Never mind. I don't. Well, it's about this whole mission, and I know you two were close. Apparently, you were a thing. Really? Now might not be the best time. Maybe somewhere quieter. Maybe once we determine uh, a place of residence for the night, then I'll tell you then. Sounds good? I'm smiling, but I'm wearing a helmet, so you cannot. Yes. Uh, armor shop. We cut to Kalen. How long were those two following you? Eh, what are you exactly? I see, I see. Well, source of income. Tell me, what are you looking for? Okay. Well, I got a couple of things from my homeland. No, no, me neither. Well, our people were more of archers than anything, but ever since bows and arrows went the obsolete, we have had to adapt. Um, this might interest your ugly mug. She pulls out a small lockbox, unlocks it, and pops it open. Inside, you can see what appears to be a small amulet of silver design with a small spider pattern. Looks to be like a black widow design on the front. This is an amulet that'll hide your ugly mug or just make you generally harder to see. It's an amulet of camouflage. Yeah. Well, as long as you got it on your person. She explains, I have no idea how to explain this, not mechanics wise. It basically grants you a +5 stealth bonus. Like, as long as you wear it, it's whoever wears it, it's an automatic +5 bonus to stealth. It does take up a an attunement slot. Hmm. I see, I see. So, interests you at all? Hmm. Well, let's see, I might have something else. She's kind of looking around, looking around. Oh, let's see if this is anything. She pulls out what looks to be like a kind of a large thermos. She twists it and pops it open, and as she does, you smell some kind of liquid inside. You can smell something that smells like a mix between watermelon and like cinnamon, like hot. And she goes, "This flame melon juice, not from here, from the packed worlds, far away from here. Got it in a jungle box, one of those sun orbiters." Well, it's delicious. I do have to say that. You can serve it at parties. Plus, it does give you a bit more boost to your morale and your hit points. It gives you temporary hit points. Well, maybe not for you. Maybe for, I don't know, a lucky lady in your life or something. I don't know. She goes, "I got some smoke grenades here. Got a couple zip sticks, holo skins, alert redirectors. I got a holo shroud, though I'm not supposed to tell people about it. Ion tape, a white noise generator, a holo skin." Well, I'm glad you asked, because now I have to look it up. Hang on. It's a small projector, usually mounted onto a belt or an arm strap. Uh, it projects appearances for those not wishing. It basically gives the user an equivalent of a disguised self. It does not change voices or anything like that. Plus, they are illegal on some of the near space or packed worlds, but out here, who cares? Amazing. Amazing. So it looks like you are already adept at hiding who you truly are. A hollow skin might be quite appropriate. Lovely. Mm. Oh yeah, little light on funds there. Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question. Hmm. She's kind of looking you over more than anything else. And she goes, "You striptease ever so slightly." I know. She goes, "Probably about 2,000 gold credits. And it's yours." The hollow skin, yes. Hmm. They run a bit cheaper, especially on a creature your size. Maybe about 700 creds. We call it even. Oh, do tell. Hmm. her her face drops. Her whole expression drops ever so slightly. She runs a little cold, and you can hear the silence from within the building become stagnant. She goes, "You are smarter than you look, Mushroom Man. You got a deal." She puts them forward to you onto the counter. All right. She takes the credits and she thanks you for doing business. And and don't tell the Aslanti what you saw here. I have plausible deniability in this case that I'd like to keep. Our people have gone through enough. All right. You have a you have a hollow skin and an amulet of camouflage. Yep, it's like a disguised self. Yep, obviously it's an illusion so that you can be touched and it won't work, and also doesn't cover voices or anything like that. Well, there we go. All right. We'll cut to Rue and Sid and Nastrom. What are y'all up to at this point? You looking for a? From what I could tell, you were looking for a hotel, but you did specifically come across one that would help. The Dazzling Dive. As you wander around, you do come across the Dazzling Dive. Sid knows where it is, and he easily points you in the direction of the dive. As you wander in, the temperature in this room kind of plummets compared to the rest of the station. It is quite cold in here. Machinery Machinery once lined this western wall here, but it has since been stripped away, leaving only kind of holes and bits of metal embedded in the walls. A series of raised platforms have been repurposed into tables with makeshift stools kind of pushed near them. A dented metal grate covers a large portion of the floor. Um, a door kind of exits to the east, and a short ramp leads up, obviously, into some kind of sleeping chambers. An individual behind the counter looks to you all. This individual looks like a large, kind of like a crawdad man with like arms and legs, but sort of a crawdad face, a lobster-esque, kind of spindly, large black bug eyes, and sort of a rotting shell appearance. You can tell that he is crunching onto something, and as he does, you can see greenish spittle kind of pouring out the side of his mouth, and it appears that a bit of his cheek has actually eroded away, sending this green spittle kind of down the side of his cheek and onto his torso. You wish to stay here, huh? All right. Deal. No, that's it. That's it. I don't want to jack with it anymore. Rooms will run you about 3 credits a night, my good sir. I mean, not many people want to stay here. So, well, with the Aslanti occupation around here and the higher influences, a lot of people are, turning tail scared. But not me. I'm not scared at all. No, I know enough not to talk about the Nova Bloodstalkers with the door open. Well, alright, now I can talk about the Nova Bloodstalkers. well, well, it's getting late, and I don't like to beat around the bush and waste time if I don't have to, you know? Oh my goodness! I can talk faster with that much coin going in my face. Sure, sure. I'll tell you everything I used to know. I'll tell you the Nova Bloodstalkers have been holed up in their base in the Southside District. They're a bit on edge with the Aslanti kind of snooping around their business, and between you and I hear that one of their major stock rooms has been commandeered by Aslanti forces, and they're using it as some kind of outpost. Not sure who or what they're using it for. All I know is that they've been taking people from around outposts secretly into this stock room, and then they disappear, never to return. That sounds delicious, and I believe I did see an individual like that wandering by. It gets rather boring in here, and yes, I do believe I saw an individual like that wandering around this side of Outpost Z. Baba! You mean the butt? And he kind of chuckles a little bit, his mandibles clacking, and he goes, "That is just a nickname that we use. Do not ever call him that to his face." Yes, my god, please don't. He will kill you instantly. Oh, don't we all? These old eyes don't see a whole lot these days. Well, depends. Baba is a purveyor of information and rare specimens. If you could either purvey powerful information or some kind of powerful creature to add to his strange and unusual collection, then I'm sure that he could. Hmm, you are strange. I do not see swarm-like creatures like you around here. Not many bugs traveling the outer reaches. Not a name people around here use. I think I found a really good picture for this guy. I couldn't find pictures of half the things I wanted, but man, I sure could find a picture of this random crawfish guy. I'm putting it on the chat. There he is. Isn't he beautiful? Oh no. I should have made him he's more chitinous humanoid. Ag, 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 ag. Yeah. And he goes, "But I can tell you, all the rooms right now are empty, so you guys are free to stay as long as you like, as long as I keep getting paid, of course. You shouldn't have anybody bothering you." Thank you so much, by the way. This will help an old man like me afford some medication. It's getting late. We all gotta move quick now. How long have what been here? Oh, these Lanty. They showed up a couple of weeks ago. Yes. They came in on a much larger vessel, and they dropped about a couple dozen of them off over here, but we've seen a strong presence, much more than a couple dozen. We don't know where they're coming from, but they seem to be springing out of the woodwork. They have shut down most of the illicit activities around Outpost Z, which is an oxymoron in and on itself, but it's made trade quite difficult around here. Yes, yes. Most things on Outpost Z are not above the board, per se, so it has become rather difficult to ascertain when things will return to normal, if that. I'm running this place by myself ever since, well, my manager left. I'm not entirely sure when he shall return. Well, he is a rather mysterious fellow. He goes by many names. I simply know him as the flautist. He has a way with words and a way with music as well. Quite lovely man. Very charismatic. If you can even call him that, he's an enigma as much as he is a man. He's more of a presence. A strange phenomena that comes sweeping through. No, no. He might as well be a god or a concept. For he comes and goes, bringing with him beautiful music and strange beasts that he has collected on his travels. He did a lot of work with Baba back in the day. Yes, yes, a physical presence, a man that stands before you. Well, an elf that stands before you. Well, I think he's an elf. Hmm. Well, you have any more questions for an old crawdad like me? I probably. What? What did you say? Oh, it is. It is. Oh. All right, and with that, we cut. We cut back. You guys do have comms, so now you can. I will say, communicate. Hey, we got a room. Uh, to Nissa and Dak. Nissa and Dak. Dissa or Nissak. Coming up with a combo name. Anyway, we cut to Nissa and Dak. They are at the armory, and we cut like into the middle of a conversation, with the man who owns it. The man who owns it, is basically, oh god, he's basically just like a walrus. I don't mean like a walrus man, but kind of just like a big like he's basically just like a yeah, he's basically just like a kind of a deep purplish colored walrus. I'm gonna also pull up a picture, so let's hope that we pull up the same thing. He's basically, because I just really want him to be a walrus. Yes! He's basically just like a four-tusked purple walrus wearing a tunic. Who's just making like deep bellowing sounds, and this is like, no, we are talking about the power armor. Dak, I don't think this thing speaks our language. The creature looks to you. His whiskers kind of flaring ever so slightly, and he gives a large inhale, causing his nose to flare. And you are both staring at these beautiful pieces of armor, these mighty fine like um, masterwork pieces of armor, and amongst them you can see what appears to be a large suit of power armor, like a big ol' like thick like armor that you step into and then wear around your body. Sort of, this is a big ol' one, and you can see that yeah, a big ol' one, and you can see that it has sort of a bluish camo texture to it, almost like it's an own personal submersible of sorts. It is humanoid, and there are many frills and flaps on the side. It is a mix between like an undersea, like submersible suit. It kind of looks like a submarine, but like a person-sized submarine, with many like metallic flaps that open and close like fins across the body, so that it can still swim very easily, even while wearing suits of armor. You can. And the creature just goes like, oh, and she's like, that's not even words. I don't know what, we can't work out a price with this thing. It's probably been like 10 minutes. Okay, this will clock in one of the languages, so that it's just stuck, like that's the one of the languages it knows now, and it only knows up to four. Okay. So the creature goes, hello, sirs, how are you? And it's just suddenly speaking in a language you understand. And he goes, I'm trying to tell you the personal submersible is a couple thousand credits. I don't understand what is so hard about this. Oh. So, we can, and you say that, and after you say it, you hear a loud gurgling sound coming out of the suit, and uh, this large walrus kind of looks to you and looks quizzically and goes, oh, so you have finally decided to speak a proper language, I see. Is this really a language? The Morlamar speech goes back thousands of generations. We were one of the dominant species in our system, and we made all other species learn our language as well, for how civilized and astute it makes one sound. To me? What do you mean? Oh! Yes, well, unfortunately the Elysians came through, and you know how it is when the Elysians come through. You either turn and run, or you are done. And in our case, we did not run. So, there's not many of us left. Yes. Would you like the submersible or not? Well, it is made of pressure-resistant plates of durable materials. There are seals in the sides to keep it airtight and watertight. This thing can travel up to 40,000 leagues under the sea before it will even show signs of wear. It can withstand deep water, underwater pressures that would easily destroy any man, any life suit, any submersible of its kind. It increases mobility in most fluids if you choose not to travel through water with it. I don't know why you dirty it in any way, and allows you to swim at quite a remarkable speed. Protection. Well, so it is it has a base 14 and it is considered heavy armor, which is low for heavy armor, but it does have a resistance of 5, which means you can take up to 5 points of damage and it will just annex that damage entirely. So you get shot or stabbed or anything, if it does less than 5, you take no damage. And if it does 10, you take 5, you know? It just drops 5 points off of any attack. So it makes you really durable. Hmm. What else? This is one of my finest pieces of armor, honestly. What do you mean, really? This is lovely armor! I don't. You don't know when you could go underwater. I'm sure that you might come across a way to go underwater. Fine! I have. I have something else. It's also expensive and heavy as sin, but it might help you. And he kind of motions over, kind of wiggles his large body and pulls a tusk to kind of unveil this curtain. You can see that this looks to just be stone armor with metal inlay ridge plating in the interior. Though it looks rather unwieldy, it also miraculously has enough joints in it that it seems to be flexible. It also has a very standard helmet with a clear visor. And he goes, "This is golem forged plating." It was made in limbo by only the finest tabaxi forgers. What does it do? Well, it's heavy armor. It's supposed to block damage. Well, it would give you a 21 armor class. As well, it does have upgrade slots within. I have done the liberty of not putting anything inside this armor, so that the user could customize it to their will. Armor like this would run you about 1,700 credits. And as he says that, it's just spit flying all over your face. Make a intelligence check. This is history for you. Make a history check. This is appraisal. This is Sirs's element. Yeah, you can have advantage on it if you'd like. Alright, alright. Alright. 12? With a 12? It seems worth more than 1,000 gold to you. You don't know how much more, but it seems to be in the general ballpark. Ish. You don't know if you're getting a good deal or a bad deal, but you just know you're in the general price range. It's not like it's supposed to be like 200 and he's selling it for 1,000. So, what's the deal, cyborg? Think you can handle it? Or is it too heavy for you? Well, for your information, it's none of your business, Aslanti. And he kind of flares up his whiskers. Heh, not anymore. Baba owns this place more than you do. Yeah, Baba, you know, the butt. Jail cell, what are you talking about? I'd like to see the force that can arrest Baba the butt. Hmm. They tell me everything on this side of the outpost. I'm sure I would know if Baba was incurred. Make a deception check. Deception. With advantage, because you look like an Aslanti. Because you look like an Aslanti. That was with disadvantage, Tyler. Oh, 17. He looks at you, squints one of his eyes, and kind of flares out the other. Stares at you intensely. You see his whiskers are flaring up. And he goes, I did not spend 4 years in an undersea coral trench to be made a fool. I cannot believe that they took Baba in like that. And he's just kind of cursing in Morlamont to himself. He was one of the good ones. Fine, I'll have you know I obtained this via semi-legal means. I scavenged it off of a derelict vessel. Is that good enough for you? 1,200. He's kind of pulls out his tongue and kind of licks not his lips, but kind of around his whole face. Ugh. And he's kind of looks at the communist, looks back, looks over at Nissa, who he can't get a beat on at all with her face covered in everything and her lack of movement. And he just goes, I'm 1350. He smiles, large, fanged, like tooth tusks. Pleasure doing business with ya. Soldiers on the front. And he kind of releases the chain, and the armor that was hanging up on it just kind of falls slack forward. You grab it and realize, oh shit, like it is very, very heavy. And as it starts to win the war of gravity, and you're like, ugh, struggling against it, Nissa grabs the other side, and with your combined strength, you both, yeah, heave it up over your shoulder to a more comfortable position. And she just hangs on to it the entire way, incidentally bringing you guys physically much closer together. Coincidentally. And she goes, this thing is a couple £100, Dak, I swear. Okay. Where are we going? Hang on. Hold it by yourself for a second. Yeah! And lets go of it. And presses the comm and goes, where are you guys? Anyway, hello? Please, we might need help. Send that tall one. Send the swarm one, the bug. Yes. Dak, Nissa looks back. Dak, how are you holding up? Holding this stone armor. Well, there we go. So, Dak, you are just like, and you are basically matched with this armor at the moment. At this point, Kalen, Nissa, Dak, Rue, and Naestrom, you all coalesce back together in the center. You see Dak has very impressive set of armor that he's kind of lugging behind him. It is kind of a little bit larger than him as a person, and he's just kind of pulling it behind his body. Nissa and Dak, you don't recognize Kalen at first as he wanders out, a man, full man. Nissa, Nissa goes, really, we've also been tricking shopkeepers. Yes, yes, they're all quite scared of us, which is nice. Fear will be our ally in this case. I think you told me that once. At the beginning of the session, maybe. Callback. Eventually, you all do emerge at the Dazzlin' Dive. I want to switch the music just so we get some differentiate with you guys on the street and you guys at the dive. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't want you guys. Let's get that. Hey, I wonder if I could do that. I wonder if I could do that. That funky music that I play for that cantina music. What do you think about that? That cantina music that I play for that I play before the stream starts. You know what I'm talking about? The pre-stream music. Hang on. Let's see if the. Come on, Fred Boat. I believe in you. You gotta work. I believe in you. Or not. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. It's just quiet. How about this, huh? Alright, so you guys wander back in to the Dazzlin' Dive. Again, the cold surge of air kind of hits all of you as opposed to the very nice, warm, um, not sometimes humid exterior of Outpost Z. I swear next session I'll have music like ready to go. Um, you all meet the man who is in charge of this cantina. If you want to know his name, I can give him a name. My name, it's Hashir. Yes, it is Hashir. There are multiple S's. Yes. Hashir. Your friends have already gone up and have started to unpack their things. Let me know if I can get you any amenities. And he scratches a bit of his scalp. As he does, you can see flakes, like large flakes of his upper chitinous helmet, kind of like peel off in this really nasty looking way, and you see it actually begin to crack ever so slightly more. Oh, goodness. No, I think I have about 3 rooms total. Yes. They're rather large rooms. Here, let me show you. Let me get all your tokens together so I can move you all. That's so convenient of you, thanks. Shh. Gotta make sure not to take this pirate with us. I refuse to let that guy in. He takes all my towels. Um. So, let me drag you guys over here. And you all are right here. Oh god, the pirate came with. Get out of here, pirate! He goes, yar! Yar! And he leaves. He runs away. And he goes, welcome to the luxury suite quarters. This is luxury for Outpost Z. We are all packed together in here. And I was wrong. There are 4 rooms, but there's kinda 3.5. And one is mostly storage, but uh alright, well, let me know if you guys need any fresh towels. And he leaves. Yeah, everybody can start spreading out where they'd like to stay. They'd like to take up positions. Kalen runs around checking everything. Yeah, this is it. This is the rooms. Yeah, it's there's not really any like there's there's not really any like beds. It's kind of just like rooms. Oh no, this is it. Oh my god! Rue is just freaking wealthy. N Nissa and Dak. Nissa is equally as just kind of confused as Dak looking around, and she finally goes, "Well, it's better than it's bigger than the rooms we had back in the Navy, at least." Sorza, are you yelling to me, or should I run into that room with you? I don't want to go back to jail, Surza. I'm. Wait. Kalen. Kalen, I'd like to have what you guys call one of those meetings, if I could. I'd like to have one of those pillow fights I hear about. There are no pillows here, so we can just use pieces of random tech. Yes, Rue, don't touch those. Rue, please do not touch those towels. I care about your safety. And that man seemed very diseased. Oh no. Anyway, I'd like to have a meeting. So, Soza, are you coming to the meeting? Okay. Oh, hello. She... Nissa goes, all things considered, this is an excellent first step. We have met the locals. We have a lead. We're doing great. I know that sometimes entering a populated place such as this is overwhelming, and we've done good. We've kept our cover. Nobody suspects a thing. This one has cover. Good work, Captain Saito. You were always quite ingenuitous. I have a really good feeling about this. We just need to keep steady, and we'll find Sedona in no time. And you can see that her expression kind of drops a little bit as she says that, kind of a little more dour. Yes. And the rune drive. We will recover that as well. If you all are wonderful at making plans, what do you suggest the next course of action is, or should we discuss that in the morning? I agree, Dak. That is very clever of you. Oh, Nissa removes her helmet, looks over to you, Dak. You can see that her hair has kind of become askew in a way, and she goes, "Well, I mean, if there's only if that is our only option." Hmm. Oh, oh, we're all hugging, huh? So it's just like a human man, and then you walk forward, and it's just so nasty. It's just goo. Oh my god, it's a biohazard room. So Sursa, as you're just like laying in bed, you turn over, and there's just like in like a meditative pose, just a massive bug just watching you. apologize. This isn't really much of a bedroom as it is a more open uh meeting area, but it's all yours. Maybe you could, I don't know, plant yourself in the corner. I don't I don't I don't know what you people do. I apologize. I'm trying to be a better person. They're teaching me to be good. If you'd if you'd like, I could take second watch. We could keep an eye out for things. Okay. Sure, sure. She returns back to this room. You just kind of drag it into the corner of the room and set it down. Makes this massive thud, and you can hear the metal sheets underneath kind of bracing against the impact. I would love to. Are we doing this tonight, or is it is it loud? I don't want to wake your friends. There are instructions. I didn't know there was a guideline on how to do this. I thought it was just something that you just went for. Age. Hmm. You know, Dak, you never took to me as quite such a particular man. I figured you were more of a hands-on sort of guy. Go getter. Okay. It bangs hard against the door. Z. Z, 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 Z. They both look away and blush. You emerge from the suit once more in your like skin tight undersuit. Okay. Do you need my help with this? Okay. Ugh. Hmm. About what? I said a lot at the market about the battle plan. It was brilliant. Oh, oh, what was I even saying back then? Yes, sure, nothing, nothing that I don't think Sedona is the person that you think she is. Well, we all served on the same ship together for a while, and I knew Sedona quite well, and she always came across as quiet and stern and well put together and sure of herself, but I don't know, I think she was not all those things. I'm not I'm not saying this to discredit her. I know you two were rather close, but I think that she didn't tell us everything. I mean, I mean, to the hells, Dak, she would disappear on weeks long missions. What are we supposed to believe, that those were all scientific expeditions and reconnaissance? She never told us where she was going. And Kalen was the criffing captain of the ship. Just because he, I don't know, had a crush on her, that makes it okay for her to leave. And as she says this, she kind of loses her grip on the section of the armor that she's wearing, and you see the arm go slack. And she panics and holds it back up. And she kind of writes herself off. She goes, I haven't even told Kaylin about them, but she got away with a lot of things, and don't think that I don't think that she was telling us the truth about what she was doing out there on those missions. She Nissa at this point is shaking, and she kind of pauses for a moment, looks down, looks back at you, makes solid eye contact for the first time in a while, and just takes a very deep breath like she's steadying herself, and she goes, Dak, I think I think that Sedona created the rune drive. I told you all it was Aslanti tech, but truth be told, I think that Sedona created it. That explains why they went after her so fervently. It explains why she was taken on the mission. I think that she made that piece of tech. And I suspect that she might have made it for the Aslanti. Yes, she must have had a reason. She didn't want to tell any of us, but she must have had a reason why she had a piece of technology that could not only threaten the Elysians, but everyone in the galaxy, and just not tell any of us. Not know. The Aslanti don't hide what they are. They wear it on their sleeve like they're proud of all their horrendous actions. I think Sedona might have been a traitor, and I think that she was working with the Aslanti. I was forced to, under threat of death. She went off on many missions alone. I think she would have told us if she felt threatened. She didn't even tell us that there were an army. I assume things. I just know what type of person she was, and look, I want to have the benefit of the doubt like you do, but I don't, okay? I don't. I'm sorry. This might be out of turn, but it seems like you might be letting your, I don't know, your feelings for her get in the way of what is obvious. That Sedona betrayed us, that she is the reason that our ship burst into flames over a mock. It's the reason that Kalen is, well, the way that he is now. It's the reason that you are the way that you are. I mean, look at you. She turns her face back down, her hair covering her eyes once more, and she just, nothing. Nothing, I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with you. But I'm sure you felt like you lost something that day when that ship exploded over the planet. We lost everything. I lost my ship. The Aslanti slaughtered most of our crew. I was forced to work with this cruel tyrant who treated me like dirt. All because he wanted a rune drive that Sedona created. Behind our backs. Behind our backs. Did not even tell us. We were supposed to be friends. I know we were allies within the ship, but I thought we were more than that. Me and Kaylin, we were close. I didn't know you that well at the time, Dak, but I wanted to. And so you don't want any recompense for destroying our lives. You're just going to let her go with a free pass. She drops the arm, stands up, and scoffs, and just goes, "You are blind. I'm going out." And she kind of turns and steps out the door. She kind of gives you a look back, waiting for you to say anything. She looks back, standing in the doorway. She gives a very slight nod and continues towards the door and heads out the door and kind of wanders out, shutting the door behind her. Leaving you kind of alone here in this kind of entryway. You look back and you see that she has not finished unscrewing the arm that she was supposed to, but seems to have kind of frayed the bolt ever so slightly, like she was holding in a lot of anger and she took it out by almost stripping the bolt out of place. Well, all right. And so as Dak begins to um, work on his armor once more, silently reintegrating it, Kalen and Rue, you can kind of hear it from the other room. You hear heavy rock music coming from inside the helmet. Death by Violet. Hmm. Would Kalen and Rue like to do anything else, or are they solid? Yeah. They heard a lot of yelling and then muffled rock and then muffled talking that they couldn't really make out, and then drilling sounds. Okay. Oh, awesome. Would Surza like to do anything else? Surza is hard passed out. Her glasses are askew. She is drooling out the side of the mouth. It's so yeah, she's a very loud sleeper, but Nissa was never going to say anything. And Sid is outside trying to get in contact with somebody. All right. So with that, who opened us? David? David, do you want to close us out? David, give us a dope closing narration. David? David? Cl- Closing narration? I don't know if David's ever done a closer before. This is great. David, this is your time. You got this, David.
My boy, you got this!
Let him do it. Let him do it. They blush. Dak gets 3 space girlfriends. All right. Now it's a love. Now it's like a love. I was gonna say now it's a love like rompus. Nissa ain't got nothing on Naystrom. Um. All right. Well, that's it. We'll close the session out there. Goodbye. Goodbye, stream.